born in old St. Louis. By the age of 4, Dad knew he was the best little crack shot the West had ever seen. By the time he reached pubescence, he could outshoot all the adolescents west of Durango and north of Abilene. Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, famous gunslinging deputy. Freddy Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, frontier hero to be. Then one day young Freddy Pharkas stared at eyes as black and dark as night, the eyes of an outlaw well known throughout the West. Oh, the tough kid's name was Kenny, and he outdrew Freddy Pharkas when he shot Freddy's ear off to prove who was the best. Now our hero Freddy Pharkas, with wounded pride and earless carcass, vowed to the heavens to give up gunnery. He'd be better off, he reckoned, with the lifelong dream that always beckoned, pencils not pistols and pharmacology. Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, highest score on his SAT. Freddy Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, 5-year college degree. After Fred matriculated, got his PhD and graduated, moved out to Course Gold and bought a pharmacy. Now he's a real prescription writer, and they don't know he's an ex-gunfighter. Locked up his memories, repressed them totally. But his peaceful new survival soon was shot to hell upon arrival of Course Gold schoolmarm, the sweet Penelope. She has captured Fred's affection, but he's scared he'll get a huge rejection. Can't bear to tell her just what he used to be. Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, frontier pharmacist bourgeoisie. Freddy Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, peerless, earless, and free.
Freddy Pharkas? You was asking about Freddy Pharkas? The man what saved Course Gold, only nobody knowed it was him? Why, just hop up here on old Whitland Willie's lap, and I'll tell you all about it. Ow, consarn it, a bit more to the right. That's got it. Sit right there. Oh, no, thank you. Now, if I remembers this right, it's been quite a few years. My brain's getting a mite rusty. Oh, that's right. It all started when Freddy went to open up the pharmacy one day, way back in the spring of 1888, as I recall.
You are surprised to see Billy, the town handyman, boarding up the Dirty Sheet Hotel. Billy, the town handyman and jack of all trades, is boarding up yet another Course Gold business, the Dirty Sheet Hotel, the finest hostelry in all of eastern Madera County. Okay, so maybe it was only the best after that other hotel was shut down, but in its day, the Dirty Sheet was really something. Billy, the town hand...
Say, Billy, when did the old Dirty Sheet fold? Oh, good morning, Mr. Pharkas. Why, just yesterday, it was a surprise to me, too. Nobody told me nothing about it until they gave me these boards.
Morning, Helen.
Freddy Pharkas, since when are we on a first-name basis? Only my closest friends may call me Helen. You and I are acquaintances, nothing more. Therefore, you should address me as Mom.
Land's sake, I'm sorry, Mom?
That's better. Now, what you want?
Well, when I remember, I'll let you know.
Honestly, some people.
Howdy, Hop. How's the restaurant business?
Pretty slow. Not much business. Seem like town closing up and blowing away.
You've noticed that too, have you?
Oh yes, first old abandoned mine, then assay office, then post office, then tall and thin shop, then theater, yesterday hotel. What next?
Well, I intend to get to the bottom of this.
Maybe hurry before Mom's next to go. Hop Singh not want to lose his job.
Well, if it ain't Sam Andreas, the bartender's bartender.
If it's not, I'm having a severe identity crisis.
How the heck are you?
Tolerably well. Yourself?
Can't complain. Pharmacy business seems to be pretty good lately.
Ah, well, the pharmacy business has always been a little too interesting for me to hear about, so, don't be a stranger.
Doc! Hey, Doc!
Huh? What's that?
Are you drunk again?
Me? Drunk? Blah, never. I'm as sober as the day I was plowed off my ass. I mean, the day I was born.
It's a Moosehead, the only domestic brand Sam serves.
Play it, Neville!
Neville, in order not to lose track of the piece he's playing, says nothing. However, he raises his eyebrows as if to say, "Certainly, sir, I'll be happy to play whatever selection you'd care to hear, and what's more, I'll make this old piano sound like a whole orchestra."
Welcome to Course Gold, strangers. I haven't seen you around these parts before. You new in town?
You hear the unmistakable sound of grinding and cracking teeth. You hear the splitting, tearing sound of 6 severely chapped lips curling up in ugly sneers. You hear the pop of knuckles as 3 trigger fingers flex in readiness. You decide your friendly, offhand comments have been misinterpreted. Rain barrels are such an important aspect of life in an arid, drought-scourged landscape like this. Water running off the building's roofs is channeled through gutters and downspouts into storage. Oh, wait a minute. This is just an old whiskey barrel. Forget it. Rain barrels are such... This poor guy got left behind when his troop went through. He had dysentery. He's since recovered, but Doc Gillespie's cure seems to have affected his mind, as he still thinks his company will return for him. The door swings open. From the back, you hear Chester's voice.
Help yourself. I'll be right out.
Hiya, Whittlin' Willie. How's the whittlin' going?
Hiya, Sonny. Just splendidly, thanks. I'm working on an old dead beach whale. It's going to be my best work to date.
Will it be for sale?
Will it be for sale? No, it ain't gonna be for sale. I'm an artiste, dagnabbit. Besides, if I hang on to it for a while, maybe it'll be worth a bundle someday. Now scram.
Those boards are nailed in place with rusty self-tapping 10-penny locking nails with barbed ends. In other words, no, you can't pry them off.
How's business, Sal? Seems like you always have a customer these days.
Not so good, Freddy. My earnings, she's up, but my profits, she's down.
Oh, that's too bad, Sal. Do you have any ideas about how to increase business?
Well, I do have one idea.
I've been thinking about providing dirty reading material for my customers to read whilst they wait.
But your customers are illiterate.
Aye, and I can't read so good neither.
You can't think of anything to say to that.
Please, quit the poking and prodding everything.
You're making me nervous.
Sheriff,
Parkburg? What do you want?
why'd you close down the Dirty Sheet Hotel?
What's it to you?
Well, I'm a little worried about the tourist trade and...
It's not your place to worry about the tourist trade, boy. You leave that to me. Now, as for the hotel, if it's any of your business,
It was attracting the wrong sort of business. Transients, hobos, people of low moral fiber. Can't be having none of that going on in Corsgold, can we?
But at the rate these places are closing down, in a matter of days there won't be any town left.
Listen to me, boy. That ain't none of my never mind. I'm just looking to make this place as safe as can be. So if I gotta close down a place or two, well, y'all will just have to live with that. Patooey!
The spittoon makes a resounding ping.
Sheriff, I don't understand how the playhouse was making Corsgold unsafe. Why'd you close it down?
They is showing smut in there, and it was attracting the wrong kind of customer.
Smut? Like what?
Chaucer, Rabelais, Balzac.
And furthermore...
What the Sam Hill do you want now? Don't you have customers get too Farkenstein?
Yes, but I don't see why you had to close down the tall and thin shop. What in the world was wrong with that?
Listen to me, boy. Tall and thin folks are sneaky.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. They look down on everybody. And when they want to sneak around, they turn sideways towards you, so you can hardly see them. Luckily, their collarbones break more easily than most folks, so you can whoop on them real good.
That's the most insane load of horse manure I've ever heard.
Nobody's asking you to believe it, boy. If you don't like how I'm running this town, why, you just go right on and leave. In fact, I should be seeing you about this very soon, boy. Very soon.
And furthermore...
What the
Yes.
Listen to me, boy.
Oh, that's the...
No.
Those are the sheriff's 6 guns. Actually, they're revolvers and rifles, but there are 6 of them. That's an old trunk dated back to the 1870s. Actually, in that case, it's pretty new.
If you get that thing open, Farky, let me know. It's been locked for years. Nothing in it, as far as I know. Y'all just leave them duds alone, boy. You know I like you, boy, but you go poking round in a man's privates. I takes your hands off him nothing flat, boy, just like that. Would you mind not tearing that down, Farkum? I ain't caught that critter yet. It don't need winding, Barkus. It's one of them clocks what winds itself from the constant vibrations of California's shaky tectonic plates. What you looking for, boy?
Morning, Dominic.
Morning, Freddy.
What's new?
Let's see. I finished reading A Century of Dishonor last night. Quite impressive. That Helen Hunt Jackson really knows how to evoke an image of the white man's treachery. Do you know how many treaties your people have signed and then broken in the past 20 years alone?
Excuse me, I heard someone calling me or something.
It's Weebix, one of the little orphan girls. This big old water tower was previously used by the train station. Now it's junk. It's the last train to Coarse Gold, and it's sunken at the station. Chances are you'll need that. Don't be tossing it into the swamp. Chances are you don't want to touch it. It gets all over everything, smells bad, and won't come off. You can't think of anything to say to that. Penelope keeps this door locked all the time to keep the kids in and the rabble out. Thank goodness there's no such thing as a fire code yet. This is the old red schoolhouse, one of the few buildings that still seems solid and safe. It's Penelope Prim, full-time school marm, full-time single frontier woman, and part-time heartthrob. How does she do it all? Easy. She's incredibly uptight and has numerous stress-related diseases.
Oh, Penelope!
She ignores you. Looks like Penelope's headed inside the school for a while. Maybe you can catch her on the way out. You simply have nothing to say to that.
Are you trying to make a point? Because the best way to make a point is to explain your position calmly and succinctly.
The boy looks at you with exasperation and returns to his game.
Penelope!
Freddy, how nice to see you. Did you leave work just to come see me?
Yeah. Just being able to look at you makes my days seem to fly by.
Penelope titters and tilts her head coyly.
Oh, you do know how to flatter a girl, don't you? Now you get back to work so you'll have enough money to take me to the Sadie Hawkins Day dance next week.
As you wish, m'lady.
Oh.
What's the matter? You don't like your own name? So you want to take somebody else's? You turn the faucet on and water gushes out. You turn the faucet off.
Excuse me very much. I believe this stall is taken.
Oops, sorry, Judge. Everything coming out okay?
Of course, same old story. Thank you for asking.
touch the cacti, you'll prick yourself. You would never dream of stealing a candle from a church, but they wouldn't miss one of those puddles of candle wax. You slowly open the coffin.
Say, you ought to do something about that coffin.
Aha! You'd always wondered where Jim E. Hoffer was buried. The tall stone fence posts are Oh boy, it's one of those rare Burma shave headstones. Looks like your dear friend Philip has passed on. Gee, it seems like only a day or two ago you filled a prescription for him. Uh-oh. The epitaph reads, Perched on the top of the post is an angel, her arms outstretched. At the base of the statue is a small plaque which reads, I love you this much. Couldn't you just surrender your lunch? The sign says, I'm an Untertaker, and you're not. You can't get to the outhouse from inside the cemetery.
Not much privacy, but the ventilation is excellent.
If you're looking for a sign, maybe you should play one of those Bible trivia games.
You know, Smithy, I've been wondering about that horse of yours. What happened?
Cornsarn neighborhood kids, you just can't leave anything outside at night anymore without 'em stripping it right down to the axles.
How's business, Smithy?
Flatter than cow plop, Pharkas. And you?
Actually, I'm doing okay. Not great, but I'm making it, in spite of this mild economic downturn we've been experiencing.
Bah, if I could find me a buyer, I'd unload this dump in a sec.
Apparently, most of the lower half of the horse is in a chop shop somewhere in Los Angeles by now. Smithy is proud to have the biggest forge in the Sierra. Here stands the only bank in town, the First Bank of Bob. The founder must have had a hard time coming up with an original name for his establishment.
Have I told you about our new Columbus Day account? It's a full benefit, non-interest bearing account. Did you hear about our Easter Club account? We may even make it an interest-bearing account if we can bear to part with the interest.
Phineas H. Balance has cleverly situated a newfangled box camera up in the corner to photograph customers. Only trouble is, most customers don't stand in place for 15 minutes. A masterful portrait of P.H. Balance's father, Bacillus Ophiclid Balance, or Bob for short. The vault door is 2 solid feet of case-hardened high-carbon balsa wood, painted gray to look... You pick up the whiskey glass.
Score!
You've got more important things to do right now than play with those balls. You pull the ice pick out of the barrel and gingerly place it in your pocket. Just don't bend over suddenly or you'll circumcise yourself. Of course, that won't be any skin off your nose.
Score!
You surreptitiously swipe the elixir, looking around to see if anybody's watching. Fortunately, nobody is. You can't reach them. There's nothing in them. They're not your property. They'd crumble if you touch them. Basically, you're too lazy. You've got a great eye for memorabilia. Unfortunately, it won't be a collectible for another 100 years. A colorful poster for Nun-style beer hangs on the back of Mom's Cafe. Nun-style beer, pure brewed in God's country. Now in redeemable bottles. Somebody posted a flyer here trying to convince the town council to bring co-ed rodeo to the San Joaquin Valley. You're not interested in co-ed rodeo, though you've met more than your share of rodeo mimes you wouldn't mind hog-tying and branding.
Howdy, Hopalong.
Freddy Pharkas, you cannot hang around my kitchen. Go away, get lost.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
Rubbing your finger on the hotel window barely removes any dirt. Apparently there was more dirt going on inside than outside. The fabric has been pre-treated to resist those pesky dust storms, stampedes, flash floods, tsunamis, monsoons, and droughts. There's nothing on the table worth taking, and the table itself isn't even worth taking. No, no, no. Tuesday is your turn in the barrel. Rain barrels are such an important aspect of life in an arid, drought-scourged landscape like this. Water running off the building's roofs is channeled through gutters and downspouts into storage. Oh, wait a minute. This is just an old whiskey barrel. Forget it. Once the heart of a thriving business district, there's not much left of beautiful It's Mom's Cafe, owned by Helen Back, the surliest mom in the West. A decorative oil lamp is attached to the wooden support beam. No need to, since it's always bright, sunny, and cheerful in Mom's Cafe. Mostly because the weather wouldn't dare cross Mom.
Hey, Mom! Would you mind if I took this empty can?
If you must, I suppose there's more where that came from. In fact, I insist you take it. Get it out of here. I'm sick of the sight of it. Score!
The door swings open. From the back, you hear Chester's voice.
Help yourself. I'll be right out.
Considering that there's nothing for sale here, you wonder why Chester even bothers keeping these brown paper sacks around.
Score!
You take a complimentary paper bag. This coffee grinder is Chester's private property. He won it in his divorce settlement.
Divorced? On what grounds?
It's a nice picture of a pussycat laying on its back. But it hasn't been offered to you. What is this attitude where you're trying to take everything that isn't nailed down? You can't get away with that, you know, especially not in the Old West. Better not. They might belong to somebody. Better not. They might...
You thinking of growing a beard?
No, I just wanted to see what I can do with this.
You can put it down. It's not yours.
Howdy, Sal. How's things?
I can't complain, Freddy. I'm getting plenty of business.
Did you notice that the hotel's been shut down?
Yeah, I noticed that this morning.
What's up with that? Who's the genius who came up with that?
We're gonna lose the tourist thread.
Well, if you hear anything about it, let me know, will ya?
You got it, Freddy. And same to you. You hear anything, you let me know.
I'll be right here, up to me arms in this guy's head.
Sissy is in a foul mood. He'll bite your finger clean off. You can't play now.
Freddy, I beg you, not in front of the children.
Hello again, Penelope.
Freddy, you rogue! Courting a girl in broad daylight and all. Why, I'm going to get a reputation.
I just needed to hear the music of your voice. Now I can muddle through the rest of the day with the memory of your smile and your kind voice.
You do lard it on, don't you? You make me all giggly.
Only because I love to hear you laugh.
The pharmacy door is locked. This ain't Mayberry, partner.
Score!
You unlock the door. Ta-da! 500 points. You're halfway through the game. We were going to put in this elaborate animation of you touching the giant finger, like the creation mural on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, depicting God touching Adam's finger with lightning bolts crackling all around. But screw it. Ah, scratching right there sure feels good, eh, Freddy? It's the president's wife. She's the head of the Just Say No to Ether campaign. This is your pharmacy, where you work, hence the name Pharkas' Pharmacy. The swamp seems thick enough to hold your weight.
Could I have misjudged the surface tension?
So that's how Freddy's brilliant career done come to a screeching halt. He sank into the swamp and was never seen again. A shame, too, 'cause the rest of us were kind of planning on being in the sequel. That ain't one of my better stories, anywho. Say, did I ever tell you the story about old King Graham? It seems there was this evil wizard, and he got Graham into just a peck of trouble.
Penelope keeps this door locked all the time to keep the kids in and the rabble out. Thank goodness there's no such thing as a fire code yet. Don't touch the cacti, you'll prick yourself. The church has a belfry, so named because somebody donated a bell. You can't look through the keyhole. It's blocked. You take the key to the church. Nobody will miss this key to the church since the church is never locked anyway. But doesn't it have an unusual shape? The stained glass windows are miraculously intact. A squeaky old sheep weather vane turns gently on top of Reverend Hallelujah's house. Perhaps he's trying to get people to join his flock.
Oh, Penelope!
She ignores you. Looks like Penelope's headed inside the school for a while. Maybe you can catch her on the way out. This bottle is filled with this century's most incredible medical breakthrough. You won't be needing any leeches in this game. It's a tube of Preparation G, the Wells Fargo wagon driver's friend for over half a decade. This multi-instrument piano roll-style juke machine is called a symphonium. Trouble is, the company that sold it to you went out of business after producing only one roll. And how many times can a person listen to "Does your chewing tobacco lose its flavor on the bedpost overnight?" The symphonium hasn't worked since 1885, when old Manny Rivberg put his fist through it.
Old Manny Rivberg. That old Manny Rivberg, he just keep... Oh, sorry.
That's enough. Say any more and we'll have to pay a royalty.
Score!
You pick up a tube of Preparation G in the handy 25-ounce Krabby elephant size. You thought an iced cream stand would attract customers. Mostly it attracts cockroaches, especially now that the iced cream deliveries have stopped. You thought an iced cream... Here, on top of your reduced table, Madame Gazonga's Parfum D'Eau Springtime Fresh Scent, Aunt Lily's Toilette Essence Shampoo, French Woman's Brand Breath Detoxifier, Pinkham Edible Depilatory, Hollywood Land Ruminant Suppressant. Hollywood stars don't chew their cuds. Why should you? The new Episheep Easy Shearer, and Preparation G, though you don't always have that on hand. It's the president's wife. She's the head of the Just Say No to Ether campaign.
Frederick!
Why, Miss Prim, you sure are looking purty today.
Now, Frederick, you may call me Penelope if you please. After all, I think we're to that point in our relationship.
She must be talking about the hayride you both went on last month. Or the square dance you both went to last week. Or the cow tipping expedition you both went on last night.
Well then, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company this fine morning?
Oh, this isn't a social call, I'm afraid. I have this rather important prescription Doc Gillespie gave me. I was hoping you could fill it as soon as possible.
My pleasure, Penelope.
Why, the poor dear. She must be suffering from the vapors, those injurious exhalations produced within the body creating feelings of hypochondria and depression. Her prescription is in Doc's usual scrawl and smells of whiskey, so you know it's authentic. Why, the poor dear. You won't need that one. You won't need any savvy druggists like you eschew the use of trashy medicinals like these. You study Penelope's prescription and prepare to carefully fill it. You wouldn't want to make a mistake with her medicine. This is where you concoct all your potions, You carefully label the container, Miss Penelope Prim, for internal use only. And what internals they are, you dream about them day and night. The desktop's locked. Damn this crude desktop interface. There's no need to touch that. Some buxom lady's portrait. Notice how the painting seems to follow you around the room. And I don't mean her eyes. It's a picture of some nearby big rock. Or reference bookshelf, complete with such top 10 medical reading as everything you... That's the wrong key for the roll-top desk. That just doesn't work like that. That just... That's the wrong key. You can't lock or unlock the desk with that key.
I sure have been having a swell time with you these past few weeks, Penelope.
Why, thank you, Frederick. I have too.
I do believe I have a growing affection for you.
That's sweet of you, Frederick. I think you're very cute. For a pharmacist, that is. Considering you've only got one ear. And you're scrawnier than the other men in town.
She thinks I'm cute. She really thinks I'm cute.
Thank you, Frederick. This looks perfect. You are a scholar and a gentleman.
Aw, shucks. I'm just a poor pharmacist trying to please my favorite customer. Will I see you again soon?
I think that can be arranged, Frederick. See you soon.
I'll be waiting. So long now, Penelope.
Unfortunately, you were so taken with Penelope's angelic presence that you forgot to charge her the 19 cents she owed you.
Good day, Freddy. Freddy Pharkas.
Well, good day to you, Ms. Back. What can I do for you today?
Well, Freddy Pharkas, Doc Gillespie, that no-good gin soap saw no lush, wrote me this damn prescription that'll probably cost me an arm and a leg. Here, take it. The rot gut from that old wino doctor is making my new ensemble stink to high heaven, I want to tell you.
Helen Back's prescription is barely legible due to all the whiskey spots, but you eventually decipher it. Helen Back's prescription is barely legible due to all the whiskey spots, but you eventually decipher it. Helen Back's prescription is barely legible due to all the whiskey spots, but you eventually decipher it. You study Helen Back's prescription and prepare to carefully fill it. You toss it into the waste receptacle. This is where you concoct all your potions, pills, and powders. It's here. This is where you carefully label the container, Mrs. Helen Back. Take 3 times daily just before meals.
That's better, Freddy Pharkas.
That'll be 22 cents, Miss Back.
Y'all just put it on my tab. I don't have it with me right now.
Freddy, Cherie, just slide that handsome pharmacist butt on over here. I got something I need from you.
Morning, Sadie. What have you got?
Well, I got a prescription here I need filled. Some that'll increase my womanly powers, if you know what I mean. Be a dear and fill it for me right away, won't you? I simply can't wait to try it out.
Your wish is my command, madam.
You take the prescription from the madam. What a busy morning. You haven't had to fill this many prescriptions since Custer's troop stayed at the Dirty Sheet Hotel. This prescription is impossible to read. That's what happens when Doc writes a prescription through bleary, whiskey-soaked eyeballs. This prescription is impossible to read. That's what happens when Doc writes.
How's business, Sadie?
Oh, it has its ins and outs. Oh my, I do make a good funny now and then, don't I?
Yes, Sadie, you sure do. How's business, Sadie?
Oh, it has...
Yes, Sadie. Excuse me, Sadie. I've got to run out for a bit. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay, Freddy, but hurry back.
Say, Sam, I think I'll take an Ovaltine.
In a cracked glass?
Yes, with a hair in it, too.
And the usual lipstick smear on the glass?
Yep, and a ring of dried soap around the inside lip.
On a coaster?
No, I like leaving rings on your bar.
Rocks with that?
No, but some ice cubes would be nice.
Oh, we're out of ice cubes.
Then I'll take it straight.
Out of Ovaltine, too.
Oh, well, okay. I'll check back later.
Feel free.
It's a Moosehead, the only domestic brand Sam serves. It's old Doc Dizzy Gillespie. He's been drinking again. Must be office hours.
Doc, you're not writing prescriptions while you're drunk, are you?
Oh, no, never. Yeah. I'm a responsible individual with an imperfect reputation. Don't you touch me, Freddy Pharkas. I'm sterile, and I don't need your help.
Okay, Doc, just take it easy.
And Happy New Year to you, George Bailey. In jail.
Oh no. He thinks he's Lionel Barrymore. It happens once in a while.
Doc?
What? What's that? Oh, I swear, it's an established medical procedure. I wasn't negligent.
No, Doc. I just wanted to tell you that I'm worried about you. Your prescriptions have been getting sloppier and sloppier. Let's work together on this.
You have my complete cooperation. Let's drink to it. Barkeep, another round for my prescription-filling friend here.
Just simmer in your own juices for a while.
Don't you?
Okay, Doc.
And
oh no.
Doc?
What? What's that? Oh, I swear, it's an established. You have
just.
Got any Ovaltine in stock yet?
Oh yes.
Really?
No.
That just doesn't work like. That just doesn't. It's Neville Shute, the piano player. He's doing the best he can. Don't throttle him. He's doing the best he can. Even though you're one of his more refined customers, if you try taking one of those bottles, you'll be doing shots of hot lead. You've got more important. Now's a bad time to go for a spin. It won't do you any good. There's nothing on the table worth taking. It's old Doc Dizzy Gillespie. Dadgum's magic elixir is positively guaranteed to cure myopia, melancholia, this puddle of candle wax from the church. Poor Doc. What's he gonna do without his whiskey glass? Now you can see this prescription the way Doc wrote it. Coarse Gold's main street was once the center of a thriving metropolis, driven by the tons of gold found hereabouts. Now it's only a shadow of its former self. Mercantile Street leads away into the distance. Finally, you see the prescription as Doc Gillespie must have seen it when he wrote it. Through the bottom of a whiskey glass. They don't want it. You thrust the prescription and the whiskey glass under Doc's nose.
Hey, Doc, this says testosterate. You really want to prescribe this to a woman?
Testosterate? No, I suppose that would be a poor choice. Let's see. This was for Sadie Ovary, right? I must have meant something else. Let me fix it. Ooh. Hey, there you go. Take this back to your pharmacy and have fun.
Thanks, Doc.
Don't come crying to me, George Bailey. I'm going to swear out a warrant for your arrest. Score!
You study Madame Overy's prescription, fully amended and corrected by Doc Gillespie. You study Madame Overy's prescription, fully amended and corrected by Doc Gillespie. This is one of the few remaining townspeople.
How?
Yeah.
Time for you shift over.
Oh, please. You've been reading too many dime novels. Stop talking like that.
Just trying to please the tourist, Herb.
Sure, tourist. Whatever. See you later. I'm going to go soak my corns.
My people call it maize.
Jeez.
How goes it, Pete?
Just fine, Mr. Pharkas. Just fine. Sure is a nice day today.
Yes, Pete. It's beautiful out.
I was wondering if it might be possible for me to knock off a little early today.
Something in particular going on?
Well, it's just such a nice day. I thought I'd spend a little quality time with the buffalo. Maybe take 'em to Yosemite, let 'em run around and do some grazing. You know, the usual.
I suppose that'd be okay. Sure, you can leave early. Just watch out for poachers now.
That's a funny one, Mr. Pharkas. I'll be sure to do that. Poachers. Like anyone would want to do that to buffalo. Very funny.
I'm back, Sadie. Sorry for the delay. I just had to check out a few things.
Perfectly okay, Freddy, hon. I was just admiring the way you display your goods.
Look who's talking.
You study Doc's corrections to Madam over his prescription and prepare to carefully fill it. This is where you concoct all. This is where you can You carefully label the container, Madam Ovary. That just doesn't work.
Why, merci, Freddy dear.
That's gonna be 22 cents, Sadie, but for you, I'll make it 19.
What do you say we just sorta take it out in trade? I'm a mite short this week.
Well...
Why, thank you, Freddy. Ooh, you sweet potato pie. I'll catch you tonight, maybe, huh? Or at 4.
Hey, Pharkas! My butt's killing me!
He does know how to make an entrance, doesn't he?
Sorry to hear that, Smithy.
Yeah, so give me some of that preparation, Jake.
Score!
That'll be 15 cents, Smithy, but I don't suppose you can pay me.
Are you saying I can't pay my bills fair and square, Pharkas? Well, here, I'm gonna settle up tabs with you anyway, since I'm leaving town. Here's what I owe you.
Smithy pays you his tab. A whole $4.87. Holy moly, a windfall! You're rich! Well, kinda sorta.
And if you takes my advice, you'll get out of this town, Pharkas. Sheriff's closing people up right and left. Something stinks. And I mean them horses, 'cause they're farting up a storm, I'm a-telling you. I was like to pass out. Somebody must have put something in their feed. I don't know what, but I tell you, don't go striking no matches out there. Good luck to you, Pharkas. You was always one of the good ones.
Good luck to you, Smithy. Your strong back and gruff but good-hearted demeanor will be sorely missed.
But you was a strangin'.
Fire inspection. I'm here to check out your fire safety per the new town regulations. Oh, look here. It's a good thing I came, Pharkas. I'm gonna have to shut this place up tighter than a pissant scrotum.
But, Sheriff, how could you? What's the charge? I haven't done anything wrong.
Fire hazard, my boy. Fire hazard. Why, this building's a terrible fire hazard. Looks to me like this whole damn building's made out of wood.
But, Sheriff, every building in this town is constructed of wood.
I don't know nothing about that, son. Tough luck, Pharkas. From now on, just keep the front door locked.
But what am I supposed to do, Sheriff? This is my livelihood.
If I was you, I'd talk to the bank. G'day.
So Freddy was forced to shut down the old pharmacy again his will. But he vowed to keep the place up, knowing that someday he'd be opening it up again. Problem being, the sheriff, an ornery cuss if there ever was one, was doing this all over town. The hotel, the playhouse, the smithy, the tall and thin shop, closing them all down on some flimsy pretext. There was no telling who was going to be next. Who'd put the sheriff up to it? And what was happening with the horses, for crying out loud? It were a mystery, says I.
Sal, all heck is broken loose.
Hey, what's the problem?
Freddy, me lad.
The sheriff shut down Smithy, then he shut me down too. Some hogwash about being a fire hazard.
Oh, say it ain't so, Freddy.
Afraid so, Sal. And if that weren't bad enough, the whole town's being gassed by flatulent horses. Someone must have poisoned the horses' feed.
Tell me about it. I've been stopping a hair in the door jam trying to keep the stench out.
You gotta do something, Freddy.
But I'm just a pharmacist.
Aye, and the horses, they just have gas, right?
So do something about it.
Okay, I'm thinking.
You can't think of anything to say to that. Those old boots look vaguely familiar. Better not. They might belong to somebody. The door swings open. From the back, you hear Chester's voice.
Help yourself. I'll be right out.
Hey there, Willie.
That's whittling, Willie, to you, son. Respect your elders.
Sorry.
Forget about it. Just get out of here. I'm whittling.
It's a nice picture of a pussycat laying on its back. The heavily stocked back counter runs along the eastern wall of the general store. A paper bag lies there. None of the items along the back counter are for sale. Chester's stocking up for the big quake, which is due any day now. None of the items along This coffee grinder is Chester's private property. He wanted in his divorce settled.
Hello, Mrs. Bruce. That sure is a lovely dessert you're wearing today.
You can't think of anything to say to that.
Howdy, Sarah. Any big productions planned this season?
She ignores you. Apparently she doesn't like to be interrupted in mid-slander.
Hop Sing, how'd you put up those no-pest strips yet?
Sorry, Mom. They're on order.
Mom, you'd better keep everyone inside till I can get this horse flatulence thing straightened out.
Not that it's any of your business, but I'll be keeping my customers in here as long as I can. Of course, if they just keep ordering weak tea and UNOBVIOUS biscuits, I'll toss their butts into the street. Can't make any money selling tea and frickin' biscuits.
Hop Sing, I just want to warn you not to go outside and not to let your customers go outside till we've cleared the air.
We having big argument or something?
No, not that I know of.
Then why need to clear the air?
Oh, never mind. Go outside all you like.
Thank you for kind permission.
Hop Sing, how'd you put up those no-pest strips yet?
Sorry, Mom. They're on order.
Sam, don't let anyone go out on the street till I give you the say-so. The town's being smothered in horse gas. I don't know how it's happened, but I'm gonna do something before we all choke to death.
Yes, I thought somebody burnt some popcorn or something. Silent but deadly for sure. But don't worry about my customers, Fred. They're not going anywhere.
Doc, what do you recommend for extreme flatulence?
Raw vegetables, beans, and pizza usually do the trick for me.
Welcome to Course Gold, strangers. I haven't seen you around these parts before. You new in town?
You hear the unmistakable sound of grinding and cracking teeth. You hear the splitting, tearing sound of 6 severely chapped lips curling up in ugly sneers. You hear the pop of knuckles as 3 trigger fingers flex in readiness. You decide your friendly offhand comments have been misinterpreted.
Shear it off! Shear it all off!
You've got a great eye for memorabilia. Unfortunately, it won't be a collectible for another 100 years. A colorful poster for Nun-style beer hangs on the back of Mom's Cafe. Nun-style beer, pure brewed in God's country, now in redeemable bottles. Somebody posted a flyer here trying to convince the town council to bring co-ed rodeo to the San Joaquin Valley. All the precision of a serial killer, you deftly poke some holes in the tin can with the ice pick. Ha! Having accomplished your immediate desire, and in the process hopelessly dulling the ice pick, you exhibit absolutely no regard for this barren piece of locality laughingly called the environment by brazenly tossing the ice pick away. You're such a consumer.
Score!
Rubbing your finger on the hotel window barely removes any dirt. Apparently there was more dirt going on inside than outside.
Too bad about that, you know. Guess Freddy's constitution couldn't handle the noxious fumes that was expectorating through town. Seems to me a man with his education should have known what to do about a simple bit of flatulence. But hey, I'm just a simple, whittling, sort of storytelling, entertaining kind of guy. And that's my story for now. Now get along into bed. It's past your bedtime.
With all the precision of a serial killer, you deftly poke some holes in the tin can with the ice pick. Ha! Having accomplished your immediate desire, and in the process hopelessly dulling the ice pick, you exhibit absolutely no regard for this barren piece of locality laughingly called the environment by brazenly tossing the ice pick away. You're such a consumer.
Score! Score!
You take the rope. Now that Smithy's closed up shop, he won't be missing it.
Huh?
You poke around inside the...
Huh?
That block of iron is just a wee bit too heavy for you to cart around. Ah, scratching right there sure feels good, eh, Freddy?
Score!
Digging through Smithy's formerly white-hot forge, you find an unused hunk of charcoal which you decide may well be of use to you, so you keep it. You drop the charcoal into the tin can. Now we're getting somewhere.
Score! Score!
You take the leather strap. Smithy won't be needing it now, wherever he is. You slip the leather strap through the holes in the tin can. They fit perfectly. Congrats! You always wanted a tin feed bag.
Score! Score!
You take a few deep breaths from the gas mask, clearing your head and enabling you to go on a while longer. You're beginning to feel a little lightheaded. Better use your gas mask. You take a few deep breaths from the gas mask, clearing your head and enabling you to go on a while longer. The door swings open. From the back, you hear Chester's voice.
Help yourself. I'll be right out.
None of the items along their note for Sal. Chesterfield's sturdy brown paper bags are suitable for the heavily stocked back counter runs along the eastern wall of the general store. A paper bag lies there. A really terrifically disgusting idea. Unfortunately, the horse's tail momentarily blocks your access. You will not need to hyperventilate. You're beginning to feel a little lightheaded. Better use your gas mask. You take a few deep breaths from the gas mask, clearing your head and enabling you to go on a while longer.
Score!
In what may well be the most revolting idea you've ever had, you hold the brown paper sack up to the horse's anal sphincter and wait. With a reverberating the horse responds, inflating your bag with a foul sample of gas. You quickly twist the bag shut to lock in freshness.
Sam, don't let anyone go out on the street till I give you the say-so. The town's being smothered in horse gas. I don't know how it's happened, but I'm gonna do something afore we all choke to death.
Yes, I thought somebody burnt some popcorn.
Play it, Neville.
Neville, in order not to lose track of the piece he's playing, says nothing. However, he raises his eyebrows as if to say, "Certainly, sir, I'll be happy to play whatever selection you'd care to hear, and what's more, I'll make this old piano sound like a whole orchestra." You take a few deep breaths from the gas mask, clearing your head and enabling you to go on a while longer. You're beginning to feel a little lightheaded. Better use your gas mask. Dadgum's magic elixir is positively guaranteed to cure myopia, melancholia, the vapors, congestion, consumption, malaria, piles, shingles, rickets, leprosy, bubonic plague, gout, bursitis, arthritis, and the galloping cruds. 190 proof. Obvious in advertising is still years in the future.
Score!
You fill the alcohol lamp with Dadgum's alcoholic elixir. The gaseous spectroscope doesn't work unless the alcohol lamp is lit and the spectroscope has been placed in front of the lamp. Good idea, Freddy. The spectrum lines on that etched glass viewer reveal volumes to those who know how to read.
Score!
Good idea, Freddy. The spectrum lines on that etched glass viewer reveal volumes to those who know how to read. That's your lab. It's a bag full of something which does not meet California emission standards. The alcohol lamp feels cool to the touch. This puddle of candle wax from the church is suitable for chewing, but it tends to lose that churchy flavor after only a couple minutes. The gaseous spectroscope doesn't work unless the alcohol lamp is lit and the spectroscope has been placed in front of the lamp. This is where you concoct. This is where you can. Good idea, Freddy. The spectrum lines on that etched glass viewer reveal volumes to those who know how to read. That just doesn't work. Good idea, Freddy. The spectrum lines on that etched glass viewer reveal volumes to those who know how to read.
So after a while, most folks in town plumb passed out from the noxious fumes. Them that didn't get kilt by the aroma got kilt when some idiot struck a flint. Anyways, it was a painless way to go, even if it were kinda nauseating. And Freddy, well, at least he didn't have to reckon with his secret past anymore. Now, if Freddy had just thunk a little bit faster and a little bit smarter, things might have turned out a mite different. Now, how about another story? Or do you want to hear this one again?
Good idea, Freddy. The spectrum lines on that etched glass viewer reveal volumes to those who know how to read.
Oops. Oops.
This is where you concoct all your This is where you It's advisable to measure your ingredients instead of just dumping them together.
So after
This is where you can You knock them together, but otherwise accomplish nothing. You knock them together. There's no need to measure it now, it's already mixed.
Oops.
There's no need.
Oops. Oops.
You knock them together. Click the measuring device on the container, not vice versa. You knock them. This is where you knock them together. There's no need to make. You knock them. You knock them. You knock them together. You knock them. You knock. This is where you knock them.
So
Oops. Oops.
Putting the stirring rod on the table will contaminate it.
Oops.
You toss it into the waste receptacle. The crucible is only for melting pure or well, that was a fun experiment, but it's not going to help you out of your present mess. You throw it all away as you leave your lab table.
Oops. 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 Oops.
You toss it into the... There's no need to... There's no need...
Oops. Oops. Oops.
So after a while...
You toss it into the... You carefully label the jar aminophilic citrate. Congratulations, you've just created your first batch of Pharkas's deflatulizer. You carefully pour the deflatulizer into the horse's water trough. The horses greedily lap up the delish and nutrish medicated trough water.
Seeing as how his home-brewed patootie sealant done the trick on these horses, Freddy ran round and dumped the stuff into all the horse troughs in town. It weren't long before the folks of Coarse Gold was all breathing a sigh of relief. Freddy tossed away his homemade gas mask. Kind of a shame, too, since he could have made a purty penny off the patent rights. Life returned to normal, for a short spell, any hooch, until one lazy day when one of the local inbreds came a-running up with the latest calamity.
Board up your windows and doors. Lock up the women and children. Run for the border, Louise. There's a stampede a-coming. A stampede! Hurry up, Freddy. You only got a week and a half before they get here.
A week and a half?
They's snails!
Snails? Snails?
Good heavens! This is the worst thing to happen to coarse gold since the great hail of clams back in '83.
Sheriff, are you going to help me stop that stampede before it runs over the whole town?
Now look here, Farkblatt. Stopping them horses from pooting the town away was all well and good. But you can't stop a stampede, can you? Why, there's nothing to be done but batten down the hatches and hope for the best. Me, I figure I'm safe in here. This is the only building in town made out of rock. So you go save your butt, boy, or get out of town like the smart folks are doing.
Dag nab you, Sheriff. You're not doing anything to help.
Why, sure I am. I'm refusing to panic.
Ooh.
Ah. The door swings open. From the back, you hear Chester's voice.
Help yourself!
Willie, you heard about the snail stampede?
Yepper?
Ever hear of anything like this happening?
Nope, never.
Well, what am I supposed to do about it?
Hey, boy, I'm just an old whittler, sitting around watching events unfold and commenting with my folksy old-timey attitude. You know, kinda cranky, but with a sense of humor, too.
Mom! Hey, Mom!
Just let me guess. You only have one cavity, am I right?
Huh? No. I wanted to know if you have any salt. There's a stampede of snails a-comin', and I mean to stop 'em.
I don't know anything about no stampede. Unless they're stopping here to eat, I don't even care. As for salt, you know we're a salt-free community. That's why everyone's so, laid back. Low blood pressure, and we aim to keep it that way, son.
Dang. Well, what could I use?
Well, beer works for me. I just spread a little of it out along the back porch, and them little buggers just follow it right off.
Geez, Mom. Thanks.
Now get your ass out of here.
Sam! There's a stampede headed for town! Don't go outside!
We're open 24 hours a day, Fred. I never go outside. Besides, the sun dries out my beautiful skin.
I'm just saying, you know, for your own safety.
Oh, right. Tell you what, I'll stay in here and serve drinks and collect money. You run around outside like a chicken with your head cut off and save the town. Okay? Okay.
That just doesn't...
Score! Hey, Sam, give me a case of the beer you just got in from St. Louis.
1 case of lowbrow for the pharmacist, coming right up.
Sam hands you a case of lowbrow, the beer that gave St. Louis blues.
Now, you know that this beer doesn't come corked, right? They're using some newfangled pinched metal tops.
No problem, Sam. I'll take care of it.
All right, fine. That'll be $4.87.
Here you go.
Nice bankroll. Come back anytime.
Nobody will miss this key to the church since the... With muscles bulging from years of grappling with child-proof caps, you deftly wield the church key and wrench the tops from all the beer bottles.
Score!
That was a close one. Considering the condition of this old bridge, you may only have about 3 crossings left. You grab a couple of snails from the front of the pack while imagining the aroma of warm, drawn butter. That just doesn't work like... That just doesn't work.
Hey boys, it's Miller time!
And with that, you cleverly pour bottle after bottle of Sam Andreas's St. Louis brew into the dusty road in an attempt to divert the stampede. Will it work? Will the snails fall for your ruse? Will they accept a domestic? Slurping their little hearts out, if snails may be said to slurp, or to have hearts for that matter, the little guys follow your lead straight over to the cliff beside Blackwater Creek. Isn't that cute? They're so gullible. Don't they look just like little lemmings marching over that cliff? Look out, Freddy. Injuns! No, wait. This one's an Indian. A real Indian. From India. He sits atop an anthill surrounded by swarms of ants looking trapped. You feel sorry for him. If there were only some way you could help him.
Helen, have you ever thought of putting escargot on the menu?
Huh! Don't know who around here will eat these since they don't give you gas, but I'll put them in a bag of cornstarch and think about it. And I suppose thank you is in order, so thank you. Score!
This poor guy got left behind when his troop went through. He had dysentery. He's since recovered, but Doc Gillespie's cure seems to have affected his mind as he still thinks his company will return for him. The ladder, held in place by a couple of old loose screws, easily comes away from the slide. You somehow cram it into your pocket along with the rest of the junk you're carrying. Way to go, Freddy. Wrecked the little kids' playground equipment. If only they knew how good and true your heart is.
Hello, sissy. My, your golden locks are looking pretty today.
Sissy glares at you with a look that says, I know 1,000 ways to cause pain to a human body. You want to start counting?
Penelope.
You were magnificent, the way you stopped that stampede and cured those flatulent horses.
Gosh, Penelope, you know I'd move a mountain for you if I could.
I think perhaps I've misjudged you, Frederick.
misjudged me?
Indeed. I used to think you were a little, mild-mannered, but I like a man who knows how to use his wits and his muscles. I do believe we may be ready to take this relationship to its next step.
Yee-haw! Yeah, I mean, that would be something I think is feasible.
These little self-introspective...
Morning, son. Why, I can remember playing right by this very bridge when I was your age.
What a liar you are. You were born in old St. Louis.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I listened to the prologue like everybody else. In fact, I can't get the darn thing out of my head. I've been hearing it in my sleep. Thanks loads. Ah, a child is playing by the side of the bridge. How delightful.
The ladder might assist my situation. However, I am not in positioning to maneuver it thusly to facilitate escapage.
I've got it, Srini. I know how I can help you. Here you go, partner. Hook your way across this.
Score! Oh, my balance sense is stretching now.
You made it!
Oh, thank you, Mr. P. You saved me.
Please don't call me that.
Thank you again, Mr. F. I am so much grateful.
Oh? Grateful enough to accept the assistant's position I mentioned earlier? I could really use some help around the shop.
I would be honored. Where do I begin?
So Freddy headed on back to the pharmacy, followed by the eternally grateful Srini Lakaka Bagnish. Seems like Freddy not only found himself a new assistant at the pharmacy, but also a good friend as well.
So as my assistant, I want you to help me around the store. Clean up, you know, the usual chores.
Oh, I would be highly gratuitous of your bending over to display me such a position. Would you be offering as well a form of payment?
I'll pay you 10 cents a day and all the Rustler's Stove chocolates you can eat.
That is an agreement.
Excellent. What was your name again?
Srini Lakaka Bagnish. But you may call me Srini, and I will be calling you Freddy. Okay?
Okay, now let's get cracking, Srini. I'd like you to go out there and create some nice displays for the skin lotions. We may be closed temporarily, but we'll be opening sooner or later, and we've got to be ready.
What it is, Freddy. I will be getting on that now.
Srini!
Dude!
Everything going okay in here?
What is it looking like? I am having everything under control. You have merely to go to be a hero and I will continue holding up the fort.
Thanks.
This is your pharmacy.
Mind the store, won't you, Srini? I'm off to uphold justice and stuff.
Okie the dokie.
Sheriff, I know you couldn't care less, but folks around town are having some sort of mysterious stomach ailment.
Well, guess the water in these parts is done gone sour. Ain't no surprise, really. It were bound to happen sooner or later. I figure those that don't die from the dysentery will just have to pull up stakes and find somewhere where the water's sweet.
I don't think that's it at all. I think somebody poisoned the water. If you were any kind of sheriff, you'd look into it.
Like you know anything about being a sheriff. Besides, I know the water ain't poison. I had some myself a while ago.
Mom, where are all your customers?
Danged if I know. They all jumped up at more or less the same time and ran to the outhouse. It's not my fault, though. They hadn't even ate yet. Just had a glass of water and bam, they're gone. If you tell anyone about it, you're dead meat on the hook, boy.
That sounds fair. Sam, anything unusual going on?
Yes, well, a lot of my customers have headed off to the outhouse to wash their hands, or so they say.
That can't be so odd.
Well, usually they just wash their hands against the side of the building. Must be a number 2 kind of a thing.
A gigantic pile of 50-pound sacks of baking soda fills the sidewalk in front of your store, nearly blocking the entrance. The baking soda is the famous Leg and Hammer brand, named for the famous international industrialist. His slogan, keep one sack in the smokehouse and another in the stable to help keep it clean and fresh smelling.
Score!
Summoning up superhuman strength, you heft the huge pile of baking soda. Then, with a horrible wrenching, tearing sound, you cram the sacks of baking soda into your pants pocket. Chances are you'll need that. Don't be tossing it into the swamp. Chances are something awful and fetid is bubbling up in great big blurps from the murky depths of the swamp. Main Street comes to an end here in the thick, mucky swamp. Beyond it lies the old, abandoned mine. This big old water tower was previously used by the train station. Now it's junk. Holy. Don't talk to him, he's concentrating. You turn the faucet on and water gushes out. You carefully fill one of your empty beer bottles with water from the tower. You take a swig of the water from the water tower. Uh-oh. Your stomach starts to make strange sounds. Your small intestine begins to whine. Your lower intestine starts complaining loudly.
Hey, buddy, no cutting. It's people like you that give people like you a bad name.
Well, howdy, Mr. Pharkas. I was just leaving, I swear. Give me one more minute.
Perfectly okay, Billy. No need to get up. Just scoot over a little.
Well, Jeez, Mr. Pharkas, invade my personal space, why don't you?
A few moments later, you emerge feeling refreshed.
Gee, that water's got a nasty kick to it.
You carefully fill one of your empty beer bottles with water from the tower.
You return.
Yep.
It is good to look upon your eternally smiling countenance of face again.
Yeah, I've missed you too. Srini!
Dude!
Everything going okay in here?
What is it?
Thanks. Mind the store.
Okay.
Hey, you!
You can almost hear Cedric squawk.
I'm waiting here. It's too dangerous out there.
Apparently some adventurer is out in the desert and the owl's waiting to annoy him when he gets back.
Leave that poor owl alone, you vicious fiends!
They ignore you completely. While you might want to do something to those buzzards, they're simply living out their portion of the West's ecology.
Do I look like I have time for idle chit-chat? Honestly, some people think that just because a woman works at home, she has scads of free time. Well, let me tell you, I don't. I have the washing, the ironing, the cow to milk, the butter to churn, the barber shop to sweep out, the books to keep. Well, I could just go on and on and on. But as usual, I'm in too much of a hurry, and a lady never complains about her lot in life. Not that all the women round here are ladies, of course. Why, the stories I could tell you about some of these women. Not that I know any of them personally, of course, but one does hear talk round the barber shop, you know. But really, I'm too busy to be standing around like this. Good day.
You grab the ladder. Can't reach the roof of the water. You grab the ladder. Can't reach the roof of the water tank from here. Remembering your father's advice about never using the topmost rungs of a ladder, you stop just short of the ladder top. You can't seem to get a good grip on the shingles. That just doesn't work. That just doesn't work like that. You can't seem to pick up the ladder right now. It feels as solid as it looks. You can't walk. You grab the ladder. That just doesn't work. That just doesn't. That just doesn't. With a few quick movements, you make an authentic Western lasso out of the rope. It's like falling off a log. Once you learn how, you never forget.
Score!
You snare the tower top. The crowd eats it up.
Who's the schmuck with the rope?
Be careful you don't put an eye out.
Ah, scratching right. As you reach the top of the water tower, the crowd cheers.
Thank God, it's Freddy.
We're number one. We're number one.
What are you gonna do now, Freddy?
I'm going to Sierra Land!
Boing! That one hit a 9.0 on the free plug-o-meter. You can't seem to get a good grip on the shingles. It's wood. You can't reach the land. You'll have to climb back down. It's wood. You can't. It's wood. The metal top of the top. You can't. It feels. You'll have to climb back down. You'll have to. It's wood. It's wood. It feels. You grab the ladder.
You return?
Yep.
It is good to...
Yeah.
The chemical warms slowly over the alcohol lamp. Now it's getting pretty hot. Good thing your calluses are thick. Chemical rapidly reaches a full rolling boil. You carefully label the bottle bisalicylate antitoxidine. Congratulations. Be careful, this stuff is mighty concentrated.
Mind the spooky.
That's how it all ended. Freddy'd let the whole dang town die of the creepin' cruds. I was lucky. I stuck to whiskey so's I wouldn't get poisoned by the town's drinking water. If only Freddy'd used his pharmacological powers for the good of the town, then this story might have had a happier ending.
You grab the ladder.
Yeah.
This is the chemical warms slowly. Now it's getting pretty hot. Chemical rapidly reaches a You carefully label with a few quick score. You grab the You snare the tower. Score! As you reach the top, boing. That just doesn't work. You carefully pour the purification solution into the town's water supply. Excellent job.
It weren't more than a few hours before the folks of Coarse Gold was feeling a whole heck of a lot better. Their bowels were all settled down and happy. Freddy knew he could relax now. Everything was calm and peaceful. But round about midnight, that very same night, trouble struck again. Freddy was in his own bed, sound asleep, when...
Fire! Fire, Freddy Pharkas! Please come urgently!
What's wrong, Srini?
A tragedy is becoming. The assay office is aflame. She is burning with a might more severe. The pharmacy may be next alighted. Get dressed as soon as possible.
I am dressed. I don't own pajamas.
Take mine. No, wait. There is no time to perform such an effort. Just hurry and scheme in such a way so as to extinguish the most threatening fire.
Take your old gunslinger clothes and your good guy model Stetson hat. This side of the armoire door is wide open.
Mind the store.
The old abandoned assay office is ablaze, threatening to burn down not only itself and your pharmacy, but the whole town. You try to get close enough to throw it, but are forced back by the extreme heat and accomplish nothing but a large white splat on the ground. That just doesn't... You're not quite skillful enough to make a perfect three-point landing from the swing to the seesaw without breaking every bone in your body. In other words, try it and you'll be the man with the flopping trapezium. You've teetered enough. Sorry. You're not quite... You're not quite skillful enough to make a perfect three-point landing from the swing to the seesaw without breaking every...
So that's how Freddy's brilliant career done come to a screeching halt. Yep, Freddy fell down. So that's how...
What pluck! What prowess! What a ridiculous solution. Still, you thought of it. You single-handedly quenched the flames of the assay office by using the seesaw as a catapult for the baking soda. Too bad nobody was here to see it. They'll never believe your morning. The sheriff must be out. Where could he be? It's over 550 miles to the nearest Dunkin' Donuts.
The boss is more than a little upset. Seems that our friend has been thwarting every plan so far.
Yep, something's gotta be done about it.
Absolutely. Now, let's get down to business. What is the best way to get rid of our little problem permanently?
How about hanging?
Oh, too quick and merciless. Poison?
Nah, too unsure. Ancient Egyptian dagger.
I can't find mine. Got one on you?
Not at the moment. It don't matter how we do it, so long as we do it soon. And we don't want no proof it was us, neither. And nothing to connect it with the boss.
Excellent thought. And the boss has arranged for a bit of muscle to come in and make sure the entire town's cleaned out PDQ. We'll be rid of that do-gooder and all his flea-bitten friends in no time.
Laughing cruelly, they sit back to reflect on their villainy.
Am I interrupting anything?
Oh, why, of course not, Mr. Pharkas. We were just talking about...
What he means is we were simply chatting after an invigorating, workout.
Sheriff, you know about the fire down at the assay office?
Fire?
No.
You don't say.
It's dreadful.
Why, if I'm not mistaken, a fire there could wipe out most of Main Street and take your pharmacy right up along with it. Ooh, one hates to contemplate it.
You can't think of anything to say to that. You do so love the smell of scorching flesh as you feel the lamps under your callous. Madam set out some wine and glasses. A stack of naughty French postcards sits on the coffee table in order to titillate some. You snatch the French postcards.
Howdy, Chastity.
Howdy to you, you big old sloppy hunk of manly macho woman-loving man.
Laying it on a little thick tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, business is slow, but I gotta keep in practice.
Evening, Purity.
Evening, Freddy, darling. Has Madam still got you under lock and key, or you gonna let us get a hold of you one of these days, big boy?
I'm afraid I'm all hers, for the time being.
Well, if you ever change your mind, honey, you know where to find us.
And when, and how often, and for how much.
Howdy, Miss Virtue. You sure are a vision of loveliness.
Thank you ever so much, Freddy. And you, sir, are a study in buff.
What does that mean?
Just that you're the manliest prescription-filling man I did ever see.
Oh, thank you. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha.
Translation. How much do you charge anyway? Translation. I'm sheep at twice the price.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Translation. Sounds like a deal. Translation. Yes, I cost next to mutton.
Hey, Mon Amour, it's about time you showed up. Ready to take my pharmacy bill out in trade?
Sure.
Then get over here before I have to come get you, little pumpkin. Freddy, I think you should leave.
Why, Sadie? Just because I'm using you for cheap, tawdry pleasure when my heart belongs to Penelope Prim, the gorgeous, young, obviously more virtuous new town schoolmarm?
What? Who?
Oh, nothing. Never mind. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying I think you should leave. Leave town, that is. There's... Oh, it's so tragic. Freddy, there's just no easy way to say this. The girls say the sheriff and the banker talk in their sleep. They hate you, Freddy. They want you dead. They're out to get you. Something about you foiling the plan and how they had to get you out of the way. You have to run, Freddy. You have to get out of town by sundown.
Now, don't you worry, Sadie. I've been doing a pretty good job up till now, using just my wits and my pharmacological knowledge, haven't I? I'm not gonna just turn tail and run and leave you and Penelope and Coarse Gold behind me to fend for yourselves.
You're not listening to me, Freddy Pharkas. There's man a-coming. Man with guns. Big guns. Guns with long barrels. Long, hard barrels. Long, hard, steely barrels. And low-slung holsters and... Oh, sorry.
Sadie, snap out of it!
Oh, sorry. I was just visualizing. Anyway, you'll never be able to outthink men with guns. If you're set on staying in town, you'll have to, go back to your old ways.
That's out of the question. I left gunslinging behind me years ago. I'm not like that anymore, and I don't want to discuss it.
Stop it. You gotta choose, and that's all there is to it, hon. Either leave town and save your hide, or pull yourself together and face reality. Quit talking about potions and liniments. They're not gonna stop no bullets. It's time to get off of your cute little butt and give these men a taste of frontier justice. Now, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. Hold me, Sadie. Press me to your ample bosom, and let me decide tomorrow.
You got it, hon.
Now, let's see, where was I? Oh, that's right. Madame Overy begged and pleaded with Freddy to either leave town or take up his old gunslinging ways, something which Freddy was just a mite reluctant to consider. So they decided to sleep on it, and though they didn't get much sleep, Freddy did mull it over somewhat. The next morning, he decided to... maybe I better... Wait, maybe I better... What? Never mind. Just go on.
Penelope, coarse gold, Madame Overy. I know I've got to get out of this town before they gun me down, but I can't. Coarse Gold's my home, and darn it to heck, I'm not gonna let some cheap criminals run me out of my home. Oh, Sadie's right. I've got to be the man I once was. I've got to dredge up my ugly past, meet it square in the face, stare it down, pick it up, dust it off, fluff it up, and put it on again.
You take the key.
Hot dog, now we're getting somewhere.
This is no time to sit and read books. It's a claim check for a pair of boots. Your old cowboy boots from the before time. Before the accident. Could it be? That's what you get for not opening this drawer for the past decade. Score! You pick up the claim check, your hand trembling with the memory of the last time you wore the boots that you traded for it. That monster, Kenny the Kid, looking down at you and laughing as your ear bled in the hot sun. You put those boots away, never to wear them again. And when you moved to Coarse Gold, you sent them to be cleaned and polished. That was years ago. They've probably been lost or thrown away by now. It's been so long. You don't really need those grooming aids. You're a Western star. You don't really... The armoire door is wide open, displaying your outfits for all the world to see and admire. The armoire... You unlock the desktop. The drawer's locked. You unlock. It's an old letter, cobwebbed, yellowed, and faded.
Score!
You take the letter out of the drawer. You received this letter a few years back from your recently dearly departed friend, Phil Graves.
Dear Freddy, thank you so very kindly for your gracious hospitality during my recent convalescence. The floor of your workroom proved a comfortable bed, and the stale pharmacy goods you fed me staved off starvation quite adequately. I must admit to being a little curious of your request that I retain your safety deposit key for you. I cannot imagine what you have secured in that bank vault that could create such strong feelings of both revulsion and endearment. However, I have done as you asked and taken your key with me. I vow to you I will never return this key to you, nor even allow it within your sight. I further swear to keep it with me wherever I go. On this you have my word of honor, for I am ever your friend, Philip D. Graves.
Ooh la la and va-va-voom. No, that's not an exclamation. That's the names of the two ladies prominently featured on Madam's Spicy French postcards. Or rather, they're the two ladies with the prominent features on Madam's Spicy French postcards. Leave that table alone and
Mind the store, won't you?
Okie the dokie.
that's just another bit of authentic Western scenery. Those flies are really enjoying that byproduct.
Score!
You bravely, stupidly grab the steaming, fly-laden horse plop. Fortunately, it seems to be holding together well as you place it in your pocket.
You're so vain. I bet you think this game is about you, don't you? Don't you?
That's a Shears craftsperson. Glancing furtively around to see if Doug's within sight, you grab his shovel. Look. You start to dig up the freshly laid grave. Muscles that haven't been used in years begin to groan and whine. But with the gritty determination of a professional grave robber, you toil on. And on. And on. It's an open grave. Even a world-weary, seen-it-all pharmacist like yourself, one who deals with cold sores, headaches, and diarrhea on a daily basis, still can't shake that uneasy feeling one gets when standing close to death. You carefully search through the many pockets of Graves' $3 suit until you discover the safe deposit box key you entrusted to Phil oh so many years ago. Score! In a touching display of emotion and a hidden desire to carry a little less around with you, you fold up Philip's letter and place it under his folded hands.
I guess this makes Phil a correspondence corpse.
That just doesn't work. You begin the arduous task of replacing the heaping mound of dirt one shovelful at a time, over and over and over. You slyly attempt to swipe the apple pie from under Hop Sing's nose.
Nice try, Freddy Pharkas. You want me to remove your hands with Ginfu knife? I happy to accommodate.
On second thought, maybe that wasn't such a good idea right now.
Say, it was too bad about your pharmacy being shut down. Must be hard to lose a business so sudden-like. We here at the Bank of Bob sympathize. Yes, I'm sorry about your pharmacy.
You hand the safe deposit box key to pH Balance.
It'll be ready Tuesday. Oh, I mean, allow me to fetch your safe deposit box for you immediately.
You lovingly lift your pistols from the box where they've spent the past decade.
Score!
You take your lucky neckerchief out of the safe deposit box. Now you're really beginning to feel lucky.
Wait a minute. The last time I wore this was when Kenny shot off my ear back in St. Louis.
Well, okay, so maybe it's not that lucky a neckerchief.
I'm all done now.
Thank you for using the Bank of Bob.
This is the Wheel of Fortune table. Guess the right number and Sam will tell you your fortune. There's nothing on the
Mom, there was a fire last night that almost burned down the whole town.
Don't y'all think I saw that for myself on the way to work this morning? Honestly.
Fortunately, I was able to put the fire out with a little baking soda.
So that's the stench I've been smelling. What an inconsiderate clod you can be. That burnt baking soda smell is simply nauseating. It's no wonder I got no customers today.
I thought I was doing the town a favor.
Well, next time you think a little harder.
Mom offers free coffee to her regular customers. You're as regular as anyone. 11 a.m. every morning, you head straight for the outhouse, so as usual, you pour yourself a steaming hot cup of joe.
What you've done! Freddy Pharkas, I'll see you run out of town for this! Hop sing, hop to it! Get out here and clean up this mess! Damn these flies!
Oh, you're in big water now. Score!
Good mo- Ah.
If you get that thing open, Farky, let me know. It's been locked for years. Nothing in it, as far as I know.
Sheriff, I'm going to be saying my goodbyes soon, and I just wanted to thank you for all your help.
Don't mention it, boy. If I could do anything to make your departure more hasty or pleasant, feel free to ask.
Sheriff, I'm going to be saying my...
Don't mention... Hey, porkers, them's my official shooting irons, and you don't want to be touching them. What you looking for, boy? Keep your hands off of my crap, paraquat.
Pharkas.
Whatever.
That just doesn't work.
Score! Say, Sheriff, I know how much a law enforcement person like yourself enjoys a good hot cup of coffee every now and then.
Thanks, partner. But you know what? Something sweet would sure taste good right now.
Why, I bet that's true. I'll be glad to try and find you something to munch on. But in the meantime, I've been thinking about moving to another city. But I've got no bullets. I was wondering if you have any bullets that would fit an old .45.
Why, sure, son. Here, have a box of these Remington. No charge. They're on the county.
Score! Here you go, Sheriff Shift. I found some of Mom's nice hot apple pie for you. I know how much a law-enforcing person like yourself enjoys sweet, fatty breakfasts.
Well, thank you. I've been so hungry, I could have ate a bar. This'll sure go good with that cup of coffee you brung me earlier.
Sheriff, do you have anything I could use to clean these old guns of mine before I leave town? They're mighty dirty, and I want to be prepared for my long journey.
Okay, son, but this gun cleaning kit'll be the last thing I give you. Now, get your guns cleaned, get your horse packed, and get your ass out of my town.
Sheriff Shift was so nice to give you his gun cleaning kit. He may be a low-down evil With the sheriff's cleaning kit, you lovingly clean and polish your old pistols till they're like new. Good thing you removed all that nasty rust from your barrel. Damn thing could have exploded right in your face.
Score!
You slip the bullets in the chamber as the old memories come rushing back. And a few featuring you and your first cousin out behind the barn when you were both curious 8-year-olds. Srini's waiting for you to start your target practice.
Well, Straney, I think I'm ready to try some target shooting. You ready?
Certainly. I am without a desire to wait any further to stand in front of your blazing guns and take my life in your hands to help you perfect your shooting.
How do you want to start?
Perhaps it would be besting if you place some targets upon the fence posts for a commencement.
One of those bottles is full of water. Drink it before you do anything else. You take a swig of the water from the water tower. Uh-oh. Your stomach starts to make strange sounds. Your small intestine begins to whine. Your lower intestine starts complaining loudly. The water, obviously contaminated, has really opened up your sluices. You spend a few minutes in extreme discomfort. A few moments later, you emerge feeling refreshed.
Gee, that water's got a nasty kick to it.
That just doesn't...
Okie-dokie, Freddy Pharkas. First we shall see if you can successfully strike the bottles from afar with the bullets of your pistol. Then I will toss the bottles up in the air and you may try to hit them in flight. Good luck and may the best man win. Very good, Freddy Pharkas. Let us try some quick drawing. Just make sure you hit the target and not me. Score! I'm applauding myself inside. Now for the big challenge. 6 bottles all at once. Say, Freddy Pharkas, you are not so bad after all at the shooting gig.
Why, thanks, Straney. My life and the lives of every man, woman, and ruminant in this town depend on my being quick with a gun.
Did you not mention earlier that your life is in danger most forthcoming?
Something like that.
Might I then suggest that you might be excellent to placing a disguise upon your person, thereby making it to appearances that Freddy Pharkas has no longer around in this locality?
Good thinking, Straney. I'll need a disguise of some sort, something that will strike terror into the hearts of the bad guys. I know, a bat. I'll disguise myself as a bat, and you can be Straney, the boy wonder. You have any leotards?
Pardon me for asserting, but this bat thing is really hokey.
Ah, you're right. Too juvenile. Let's see. How about...
Might I suggest a skin-tight costume with flowing cape and placed upon the manly chest thereof a large F for Pharkas?
Nah, that'd never work. I don't want people to know I'm Freddy, remember?
then perhaps you are needing to do something about that right ear. Or, rather, the lack of that right ear.
Dang it, you're right. Everyone knows me as the one-eared pharmacist. I need to make a new one somehow. Maybe forge one out of metal or something. I'll give it some thought and meet you back at the pharmacy once I've completed my disguise.
That just... Trying the old hot wax treatment? You're supposed to have hairy legs, Freddy. If you're looking for a sign, maybe you should play one of those Bible trivia games.
Not much privacy, but the ventilation is excellent.
You can't reach the grave from this side of the fence. Leave the graveyard there. It's been...
Score!
You grab a handful of clay from the pile beside the grave. Well, you never know. It could come in handy.
Okay, Doc. I'm a-making my goodbyes. I'm about to head out of town.
Go on, run, George Bailey. You can run, but you can't hide. Happy New Year to you, in jail.
Oh dear, you hate to leave him like this, so you decide to fulfill an old man's bleary, whiskey-soaked fantasy.
Oh, please, Mr. Potter. Can't you loan me the $3,000? I'll give you anything.
I've got you now, George. You and your worthless friends. Run. Run all you like. And thanks. That was fun.
That pig is one smooth conversationalist. If only you spoke pig Latin. It's locked. Mom's is closed. Sheriff's shift strikes again. And stomachs all over town are heaving. Sighs of relief. The door swings open. From the back, you hear Chester's voice.
Help yourself. I'll be right out.
Most of what's here won't talk to you. Most of what's...
Hiya, Whittlin' Willie.
How'd the gunslinging go?
Great. I'm getting ready to leave town now.
Drop the leaving town bit, Sonny. I know what you're up to. This is my story, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Now finish putting that disguise together and get to it so we can get this town cleaned up once and for all.
Hey, you don't have to tell me twice. Hiya, Whittlin' Willie.
How'd the gun?
Great.
Drop.
Oh.
Now.
Hey, you...
Score!
Willie, I'm in need of a way to disguise my ear. Do you think you could do something creative with this? Something in the shape of an ear, perhaps?
Offhand, I'd say do it your dang self. My nap time's coming up shortly. I've had a hard day of whittling. But you could maybe do some lost wax casting with this sucker, and that'd do the trick.
Lost what?
Lost wax casting, son. What'd you do, sleep your way through metal shop?
I guess I must have. What's lost wax casting?
That's casting with an apostrophe, sonny, not an ing. Anyhow, you can make all sorts of things by making a wax positive, using clay to make a mold, then melting down the metal and pouring it into a mold. To make a mold, you carve whatever you want to cast out of wax, see? That's what we call a positive. Now, once you got the wax positive, you take some clay, see, and you patch the clay all around the positive. You just leave a little hole at the top so you can get the wax out. So now you got your wax inside the clay. Well, you just heat that sucker up till the wax goes all oozy and you pour the wax out. That's the lost wax part, see? Now you got your empty clay mold, what we call a negative. You smelts down your metal and pours the metal into the negative. Once it hardens up, you can just scrape off the clay and there you are. Did you get all that?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Well, that's what your restore button's for, kiddo. Now scrambooch.
The door swings open. From the back, you hear Chester's voice.
Help yourself. I'll be right out.
The building's not for...
Score!
You borrow Whittlin' Willie's knife for a while. Who would steal a handful of clay from a grave site? If you only had some eye of newt and tongue of bat.
Fred, get!
Poor fella. Doesn't pay to pick a fight with Sam Andreas. You'd like to help him, but he is full of shards of glass, and you hate the sight of blood. You'd like to.
Don't you find it frustrating to keep replacing that plate glass, Billy?
No, I find it a real crack-up.
You're here at the busy corner of Balance. It's an and. Smithy's once. You've already taken a really great charcoal hunt. There's no. That block of iron is. You don't have a horse. What do you need? That's just another bit of authentic Western. That's just another. You can't think of anything to say to them. That's the left pharmacy window. That's the left pharmacy window. With all the dust out here, it's a pain to keep clean.
You return.
Yep.
It is good to look upon your eternally smiling countenance of face again.
Yeah, I've missed you too.
Score!
You carefully remove the medallion from the wall.
Srini will never miss this.
Freddy Pharkas, what in an entirely unsatisfactory afterlife are you doing with my finely earned silver medallion?
It's going to a good cause, Srini. It's going to help make Coarsegold a safer, saner place to live.
I am hoping so, Freddy, for all the sakes.
With your newly acquired whittling skills, you carve the candle wax into the shape of an ear, one that should theoretically attach snugly to the remains of your original ear. But now look at the gunk on Willie's knife.
I'll toss this knife over here where Willie might find it. He'll probably think he dropped it here.
Yeah, sure. You carefully pack the clay in and around the wax ear, leaving a small opening so that you can pour out the molten wax later. That just doesn't work. That just doesn't work like that. That just the wax. That just does. That just does. That just does. That just doesn't. You gingerly examine the clay negative mold.
Pretty decent piece of craftsmanship, even if I do say so myself.
That just does. That just. That. That just. That just doesn't. That just does. That just doesn't work like that. That just doesn't work like that. You can't heat the medallion directly. You'd burn your hands. It's solid silver. You can't bend it, break. That just doesn't. That just. That just. That just doesn't work like that. That just doesn't. That just doesn't. The silver medallion slowly begins to melt. The medallion is nearly completely melted now. You now have a crucible containing molten silver. This is where you concoct all You quickly pour the molten silver into the empty mold. That just doesn't work like that. You scrape the clay off and discard it, leaving you with a gleaming silver ear. Beautifully done. With an ear like this, you could, dare I say it, rule the world.
Score!
Mind the...
The door swings open. From the back, you hear Chester's voice.
Help us.
That just doesn't work.
Score!
Sal, do you still have that pair of boots I dropped off for a shine? I know it's been about 6 years now, but I just remembered I left them here.
Let me see. What's the number on this claim check? Let me look under the counter here.
Yep, still here. Have 'em ready for you next Tuesday.
Oh, never mind. I'll just take them as is.
Don't worry about the storage charges, okay?
Score!
With your boots, your clothes, your guns cleaned and loaded, your silver ear, and your lucky neckerchief, you're ready to get dressed and assume your identity as the gun-slinging stranger. You return to your penthouse suite high atop the glittering Pharkas pharmacy in beautiful downtown Corsgold. There, Srini greets you and solemnly assists you in the final preening. It's a somber and yet somehow exciting event.
There you are, Freddy Pharkas. You are mostly indeed a picture of stately, mysterious strangeness. Nobody will be positive to recognize you now, at any time or place.
Thanks for your help, Srini. Corsgold owes you a debt of gratitude it can never repay. If anyone asks, Freddy Pharkas has left town. And if I don't come out of this alive, the pharmacy is yours.
That is of a true generous nature you are displaying, Freddy Pharkas. As for me, I would like to open a pharmacy on the reservation among my people. But whether that is fated to be or not is in the hands of someone who is not I. Luck be with you, Freddy Pharkas. I am proud.
The stage was set for Freddy's showdown. Wait, did I say slowdown? I meant showdown. No. I did say showdown, didn't I? I thought I did. Weren't sure. Anywho, now that Freddy was wearing his silver ear thing and his old gunslinging duds, nobody except Srini recognized him. Not even Sadie Overy or Penelope knew who he was. They thought Freddy had skipped town, and they thought this new guy was just a handsome, silver-eared stranger who happened to be especially up on his pharmacology. Now, Freddy didn't have a lot of time to lose because things in Coarse Gold was getting worser and worser.
Hoping Chester won't recognize you with your new disguise, you approach him with a friendly smile.
Say, partner, that's a woeful little sign you're carrying there. We'll polish ears for stagecoach fare. What's the problem? Why so down on your luck?
Well, I'll tell you. Even though I don't usually talk to silver-disguised strangers, there's a man inside who's the best damn poker cheat I've ever seen. I never even knew he was stealing my store till it was all over. You see, I bet everything I owned, including my store, on a queen high straight flush. And that bastard had a king high.
Don't feel bad, fella. I would have probably done the same. By the way, did you get this gambler's name?
Name? Sure did. Wheaton Hall's his name. Everybody calls him Aces, and I can see why.
Thanks for your time, and I hope things work out for you. I think I might just pay Mr. Aces a little call.
Good luck to you, stranger, especially if you're going to get in that game.
Thanks. I'm wearing my lucky neckerchief, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah, but are those blood stains there?
It's Zircon Jim Laffer. Years from now, his brother Ezekiel will sire a son, who will beget Ethan, who will beget Bartholomew, who will beget Lawrence. That's right, he's Leisure Suit Larry's great-great-grandfather. Aces is holding his cards tightly. One of his hands appears unusually stiff. Maybe he's nervous?
cheating! That's a fake left hand. Your real hand is hidden under the table. You've been feeding good cards into your hand and taking away the bad ones.
Why, yes, silver-eared stranger, you're correct. Almost. As you see, I have no cards under the table. I only have this. Now turn around, Silver Ear. I think I'd rather shoot you in the back, so I don't have to see that ugly face of yours.
What a manly man. Riverboat gambler in the corner pocket.
Yeehaw! I could have done that if I'd wanted to. I just didn't feel like it. That's all.
Now, when the townsfolk caught wind of how Aces had been cheating, the sheriff had no choice but to arrest him and return all the deeds. But wouldn't you know, no sooner had one brouhaha died down than another flared up.
Howdy, stranger. New in town?
Hi, I sure am, and I'm looking for a hot time. I've been noticing some of your fine coarse gold fillies. I wouldn't mind an introduction. Perhaps you could put in a good word for me with one of them. Of course, I know a lot of you boys gotta pay for your fun, but I figure a guy with my looks and breath, hey, they should be paying me, you know? Right? Right. By the way, my name's Laffer. Zircon Jim Laffer. Don't believe I caught yours.
Oops, I think I smell something burning or something. Catch you later.
Phew, what rock did he crawl out from under?
Howdy, stranger. New in town?
Hi, of course.
Oops,
Phew, what rock did he crawl out from under?
Sam, what's going on outside? You got any idea?
All I know is that someone paid some cowhands to stand in the middle of their cattle drive, come into town and shoot the place up. Don't know why.
It's dangerous out there. A person might get shot.
Yes, but I figure they'll get bored sooner or later, or they'll shoot each other, or something.
Let me at those cattle!
Without warning, you hear gunshots out in front of the saloon, plus lots of yelling and shouting. What's going on out there? You encounter dozens of rowdy cowhands from that cattle drive outside of town who are carelessly firing their guns everywhere and frightening, not to mention killing, the locals. They shout, "Let's stampede the women and rape the cattle!"
Well, you gots to admit the feller died trying to defend his town. Now we all had to leave town or get shot up anyways, so it's not as if Freddy done any real good, but it were still exciting to have him around for a while. I guess that story didn't end so good. Let me see. Have I told you the one about the traveling band uniform salesman and the librarian? Well, it seems there was this trouble in River City, and they had this pool table, and...
It wouldn't do to be caught walking off with somebody's hat, coat, gun belt, or whatever. Encountered dozens of rowdy cowhands from that cattle drive outside of town who are carelessly firing their guns everywhere and frightening, not to mention killing, the locals. They shout, "Let's stampede the women and rape the cattle!" Luckily, the rowdy cowboys don't notice you from down below.
Well, you gots to admit the feller...
You encountered dozens of rowdy cowhands from that cattle drive outside of town who are carelessly firing their guns everywhere and frightening, not to mention killing, the locals. They shout, "Let's stampede the women and rape the cattle!" Luckily, the rowdy cowboys don't notice you from down below. Rubbing your finger on the hotel window barely... Rubbing your finger...
Let me up those cattle! Let me at those sheep!
The fabric has been pre-treated to resist those pesky dust storms, stampedes, flash floods, tsunamis, monsoons, and... You encountered dozens of those silly old rowdy cowhands from that cattle drive outside of town who are carelessly firing their guns everywhere and frightening, not to mention killing, the locals. They shout, "Let's stampede the women and rape the cattle!" Suddenly...
Well, you gots to...
The sign says, Hyman Untertaker, und you're not. The place appears to be locked and shuttered. Come to think of it, you haven't seen Hyman in a couple of days. Ordinarily, that'd be suspicious, but given what's been happening in town lately, it seems pretty normal. The bank's locked. That's odd. Where's P.H. Balance? Maybe the Reverend should separate the horses from the sheep in the stables from now on. The corner of Balance and Maine isn't going anywhere. At least not until the next big earthquake hits California.
Excuse me very much. I believe this stall is taken.
Oops, sorry, Judge. Everything coming out okay?
Of course, same old story. Thank you for asking.
The building's closed. There's no use. Your arms are too short to. The bakery's closed for good. Penelope keeps this door locked all the time to keep the kids in and the rabble out. Thank goodness there's no such thing as a fire code yet. You don't need any more activated charcoal.
You return.
Yep.
It is good to look upon your eternally smiling countenance of face again.
Yeah, I've missed you too. Mind the store.
Okay.
Hey, Sheriff Shift!
Well, if it ain't the feller what caught Ace's haul. What's up?
Don't you know? Your entire town is being shot up by a bunch of rowdy cowhands.
Yeah, aren't it awful? Everybody in town who don't get shot up is gonna get scared away. I hate it.
I don't understand. Why do you want everyone to leave Coarse Gold so badly?
Oh, it ain't me, stranger. It's my boss, the one who already owns half the property in town and wants the rest of it.
But why? Why would anyone want a broken down piece of underdeveloped property like Coarse Gold?
I'm afraid that ain't none of your business, partner.
You slowly open the coffin.
Say, you ought to do something about that coffin.
That canister is labeled NO2.
Don't go out on the street now, Salvatore. There's a lot of shooting and nastiness going on out there.
Well, thanks for the warning, stranger. Much obliged.
Don't go out on the street now, Salvatore. There's a lot of...
Well, thanks...
Don't go out on the...
Well,
but it hasn't been offered to you. What is this attitude where you're trying to take everything that isn't nailed down? You can't get away with that, you know, especially not in the Old West.
Score!
You hand Salvatore your French postcards.
Your customers may not be able to read, Salvatore, but I bet they would enjoy looking at pictures.
Oh, no, they're not interested in...
Wait a minute. What in the hell are those girls doing?
I'm not sure, but I don't think it's legal on this side of the Sierra Nevada.
Well, no. Your exceptional generosity's got to be reciprocated.
Could I be interested in you in a free shave?
No, thank you, Sal.
Then how about a free wisdom tooth extraction?
Oh no, mine are already out. Had 'em pulled in the dental department while I was in college. Needed the extra money for tuition.
Okay, well then, let me see. What I got in here that'd be a suitable swap?
Hi, there we go. Take this bottle of that newfangled nitrous oxide I got off the Fars Welgo wagon last week.
Ain't none of these guys around here wants to be the first man too sissy to stand up to my forceps for a little old tooth pulling.
Why, thank you, Salvatore. Perhaps I can use this in some of my experiments.
Well, you got to...
You encounter dozens of rowdy cowhands from that cattle drive outside of town who are carelessly firing their guns everywhere and frightening, not to mention killing, the locals. They shout, "Let's stampede the women and rape the cattle!" Luckily, the rowdy cowboys don't notice you from down below.
Let me at those cattle!
You encounter dozens of Luckily, the rowdy cowboys... That just doesn't work. That just doesn't work like that.
Let me at those cattle!
Good idea, but you just don't have a straight shot from here. Good idea, but you just don't have a straight shot from here. Good idea. You take careful aim with your pistol and slowly squeeze off a shot. You did it! You shot off the canister's valve.
Score! Yipperoonie! Freddy done made them cowhands laugh themselves to death with a well-placed bullet. Of course, he didn't get much time to celebrate. The sheriff and the banker and their unknown employer had figured that the mysterious silver-eared stranger might be just a little too much for them amateur rowdies to handle. So they'd called in some big guns from down south, just as backup, don't you know.
Hey, knock off the sound effects already!
What's that rotten smell? Oh no, it can't be. You recognize that smell from your old days as a lawman. More dangerous than Jesse James. Meaner than Johnny Ringo. Deadlier than William Money. More fun at cocktail parties than Rooster Cogburn. It's the legendary Lever Brothers.
Yep, it's us, handsome silver-eared stranger.
And we're here to put you 6 feet under.
Under what?
Your fervent prayer is that your few minutes of target practice with Srini will be sufficient preparation for odds like this.
With his refurbished shooting skills, Freddy was able to blast the Lever Brothers to smithereens. Now, with those varmints out of the way, Freddy figured that was the end of the story, that somehow the Lever Brothers was responsible for everything that had been going on in town. But Freddy was wrong. The Lever Brothers had been hired for the task of getting rid of Freddy by whomever had hired the cowhands, and whomever was in cahoots with Sheriff Shift and PH Balance. And no sooner had Freddy's guns stopped smoking than he heard a familiar twang and a few chords of someone's theme music.
What was that? Could it be? No. What would he be doing way out here in the middle of nowhere? You haven't heard that chord in years, and yet here it is again. Strangely recognizable after all this time. In your heart you know it must be him. And yet... How did he find you? Will he be fooled by your disguise? Does he still eat paste?
Kid, I want you out of town by sundown.
Well, sure, stranger. I'll be riding out of town well before sundown, leaving your sorry carcass for the buzzards to pick apart.
Will not.
Will too.
Not.
Two.
N-E. I refuse to play this juvenile word game with you.
I refuse to play this juvenile word game with you.
What are you doing now, repeating everything I say?
What are you doing now, repeating everything I say?
So that's why they call you Kenny the Kid. Because you are nothing but an immature little child, an anal retentive case of arrested development, with an unresolved edible complex and probably codependent to boot. You were a punk when I faced you back in St. Louis, and you're still a punk. Say your prayers, outlaw.
Say your prayers, outlaw.
Now, cut that out.
St. Louis? I didn't know anybody with a silver ear in St. Louis, yet somehow you seem vaguely familiar.
Maybe we'll have time to compare yearbook photos. In hell!
Well, you may have knocked the gun out of my hand, hero. Well, you couldn't stop me from hitting you anyway. Sorry I got a mite sloppy when I pierced your ear. Looks like you'll bleed to death in a few seconds. Guess now I can tell Penelope that you won't be interfering with her plans anymore.
Penelope? Penelope?
What did he say? Your head's swimming, but you're sure he said Penelope? Could it be her? Could she be the cause of all this?
Score!
You weakly pull the neckerchief from around your neck.
Score!
You place your lucky neckerchief on your ear and press on it to staunch the flow of blood. With your last remaining ounce of strength, you pull yourself up and stumble off towards the schoolhouse to see Penelope.
Penelope. Penelope the sweet. Penelope my beloved. Penelope the traitor.
Freddy dragged his bleeding self over to the schoolhouse. The anger and hurt was just ripping at his gut like a swarm of botflies on roadkill. Only worse, 'cause Freddy, unlike roadkill, was still alive. The schoolhouse door was unlocked for once, and Freddy walked right on in. When Freddy stepped inside, Penelope was standing at the desk, packing in a hurry. She didn't even notice him come in. Gazing at her like that, Freddy saw her for the conniving snake in the grass she really was. All the bitter hurt and betrayal and rage was too much for Freddy to hold down. It churned around inside of him and finally welled up, bubbling to the surface in a furious storm of outrage.
Hey, Penelope, what gives?
Oh, why, it's you. The silver handsome-eared stranger.
Handsome silver-eared stranger, you mean?
Oh, right. I thought Kenny had taken care of you.
Ha ha ha! Are you kidding? He did just the opposite. He hurt me. Just look at my ear.
Why, you poor man. You poor, brave cowboy. You're wounded. Here, allow me to tear a strip off my undergarment.
Penelope slowly moved her hands up to her bodice and began to carefully unbutton it, one button at a time, staring straight into Freddy's eyes.
You know, ever since I saw you capture that big, bad gambler at the saloon, I've been thinking about you. Thinking about how I wanted you.
She slowly slipped her hands under the fabric.
Could this be my Penelope? Is it hot in here? Or is it just me? And what's with all this echo?
Thinking about how I needed you.
And before Freddy knew it, Penelope yanked a derringer from her bosom and aimed it at him.
Dead, that is. Drop him, gunslinger. Now!
You resignedly unbuckle your holsters, letting your gun slip to the floor. Penelope appears to relax a little, but her finger is still on the trigger of the derringer. Looks like she might shoot at any moment.
Score!
You grab the slate and whip it around just in the nick of time. As you bend down to pick up your gun belt, Penelope hurls the derringer straight at your head.
Before I kill you, Mr. Gunslinging Stranger Hero type, let's just find out who you really are behind that silver ear. Freddy! You?
Yes, it's me!
No. Yes, it is I.
Boy, you can take the wicked, villainous, hoodwinking, double-crossing, lying slut out of the schoolteacher, but you can't take the schoolteacher out of the wicked, villainous, hoodwinking, double-crossing, lying slut. Why, Penelope, why? Why on earth have you done all this?
Oh, I may as well tell you, you little runt. You know too much for me to let you live. Well, alright, here goes. I had just finished my education back in western Pennsylvania at the local Meadville Normal School when I saw a small ad on the school bulletin board seeking teachers for a, quote, lovely little village way out west nestled high in the Sierra Nevada mountains. I wrote a letter of inquiry and was offered the position by the Course Gold Board of Education. They even sent me stagecoach fare. Soon after my arrival, which you saw in the prologue, I believe. Am I boring you? Oh, good. I noticed the oily swamp behind the schoolhouse. Being a good Pennsylvania oil country girl, I grasped immediately that Course Gold was literally oozing money. But I could never afford to buy mineral rights on the meager pittance they pay a single, unwed female teacher, so I made a little arrangement with Mr. Balance. He foreclosed whichever mortgages he could, and convinced Sheriff Shift to shut down everyone else. Balance would get the land and buildings for a song and give me the mineral rights I wanted, as long as I gave him what he wanted.
But Penelope, you seem to be such a sweet, innocent young woman. How could you be such a sleazebag?
Well, it had to be me, Freddy, don't you see? It's always the person you least suspect.
Well, I didn't suspect Srini. Couldn't it have been him?
Well, it's a little late for that now.
Wait! I really didn't suspect me!
Well, if it's you, then I'm doing the town a favor by disposing of you, aren't I? Oh, kill me.
Penelope eyes the lantern sitting on the newel post.
Oops! How clumsy of me! Oh well, Course Gold won't be needing a schoolhouse anyway.
Wait, there were a lot of other people I didn't suspect.
You scooch the chair closer and closer to your precious silver ear and just manage to snag it. Smart thinking. You frantically give the silver ear a few quick rubs on the stone floor. In a trice, the silver ear gets a sharp edge, ragged and rough, but sharp enough to be dangerous.
Nope, Fred.
You resignedly score. You grab the slate and as you bend down to
Before Fred!
But
well... Oh...
wait.
You scooch the chair. Score! It's too late to wear them. Smart thinking. Score! You managed to slice into the ropes with the sharpened silver ear.
Justice will be done, madam.
Damn, I knew I shouldn't have wasted my time packing those student folders.
I shall allow you to choose the manner of your demise.
Say what?
Oopsie. Sorry, you took too long to decide.
Penelope grabs one of the swords off the Civil War display above the blackboard.
I wonder, did I forget to mention downstairs that Meadville Normal had the nation's first female fencing team? On guard.
met his death at the tip of a sword. Yep, Freddy.
Curse it, you foiled me!
It's not a foil, it's a saber. A foil is straight and has two sharp edges, unless it's the smaller French foil, which is dull and is used chiefly for thrusting. A saber, like this one, is curved and has one sharp edge. As a teacher and a member of the fencing team, you of all people should have known that.
Oh no. Foiled, defeated, and corrected. Now I really feel bad.
And thank God for my high school intramural sports program. Otherwise, I'd be fettuccine Alfredo by now.
Hey, it's you! I recognize you now from the old neighborhood. Freddy something.
Good to see you again, Kenny. I hope I didn't hurt your hand out there in the street.
Whoa, that was you out there? I didn't recognize you. Have you done something with your hair?
No, not my hair, Kenny, but this!
Hurling your sharpened ear like a Chinese throwing star, you whip it at Kenny, catching him right in the throat.
Yes, sir, by gum, by cracky. With his one good ear all mangled and grody, Freddy managed to leap from the schoolhouse just seconds before it went up in the biggest conflagration coarse gold had ever seen. The truth came out about Penelope and how she'd been plotting to buy up all the oil rights. There was no earthly way she could have survived the blast. Still, it were curious how they never recovered her body. Sheriff Shift and P.H. Balance were run out of town on a rail. The townsfolk leased the oil rights to some big developers. Soon everybody was rolling in dough, sprucing up the town and revitalizing coarse gold. Me, I eventually found my whittling knife, all gunked up. I don't remember dropping it. Must have had a spell of stupidity or something. And as for Freddy, well, he made himself another couple of silver prosthesii, one to replace the ear that Kenny just shot off, and one to replace the silver ear that ended up fatally lodged in Kenny's neck. What with all the fuss, Freddy was able to keep his gunslinging identity a secret. And it were a good thing, too, 'cause Freddy's adventures was far from over. But that little nipper is another story. Now get off my lap. You're starting to compact my vitals.
Now the whole town still remembers how the old schoolhouse was blown to embers, though Miss Prim's body was never ever found. Since the sheriff and the banker made the folks of Coarse Gold red with anger, they tarred and feathered and ran 'em out of town. And Serini, he became an ordinary Rexall TP shaman down on the Pecos, where Injun hearts still burn. While the townsfolk safe from danger talk about that silver earlobe stranger. Where did he come from, and when will he return? Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas. Black gold fields were his legacy. Freddy Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas. Peerless, earless, and free.
Why, Penelope? Why? Why on earth have you done all this?
I suppose I can tell you. You know too much already, so I can never let you live. I had just finished my education back in western Pennsylvania at the local Meadville. Oh, wait a second, Josh, can I ask you a question?
Cut! Shelley, how many times do we have to do this damned scene?
It's just that I don't understand my motivation for this speech.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, why would Penelope reveal all this to Freddy? Why doesn't she just kill him and get on with it, for crying out loud?
Just do it, all right? I want to get home tonight. Look, I've got people coming in from the coast.
This is about acting, Gil. Do it
shell. It's just a plot device so that the audience understands what's going on. Otherwise, we leave a lot of unanswered questions.
Oh, can't we just put it in the manual instead, Joshy, you sweetie booby honey? It's just so dull.
No, they might read it before they finish the game. Ready to take it again?
All right, fine, I suppose.
And action!
Ow!
Oh, God.
You hit me again! No! You really hit me!
Cut!
Yes, I'm cut, and I'm bleeding too!
I hope it's serious, you little wimp.
Excuse me, can I say something here? I am gonna sue. This is what happened to Margaret Hamilton, you know.
Where are you bleeding?
My finger.
You'll never pick his ear with that finger again.
Oh, you just shut up, Miss Thing. This is all your fault, you know.
Can you suffer through one more take, Gil?
Oh, sure, Josho, and I'll just bleed to death. But you'll have your game. That's what you want, isn't it? That's what you really want. That's all this is about. You. All right, come on, let's do it. What are we waiting for? Come on, people, let's go. All right, come on, let's do it. What are we waiting for? Come on, people, let's go. We're losing the light.
Gil, use the pain. Directed at Shelley.
All right.
O my formal fellow, I am but a weary traveler from a land far, far away.
Cut!
What was wrong with that?
The accent slipped, babe.
Good.
I didn't hear any Italian creeping in. I thought it was pretty good.
You don't like my accent? You call my agent. I can't work under these conditions. I'm going to my trailer.
Antonio, don't walk on the ants!
Ants? Ha! That's what I think of your lousy ants.
Mike, get Antonio's agent on the phone. Steve, get the rest of the programmers down here. Gil, take 5.
Double, stunt double. Hey, I said stunt double. I'm not gonna do this jump myself. I could break my neck. I'm going to my trailer.
Gil, just do it.
Oh, yeah, right. Like that's in my contract. My stunt double is supposed to handle this.
She can't. She quit yesterday.
Oh, really? Why?
People, work with me here. Huh? I'm sensing reluctance. Now, please, just do the jump before we lose the assay set, all right?
Oh, honey, doesn't this scene take place at night?
We're shooting day for night. It's cheaper. The artists will fix it in post-production.
Oh, I see.
Off the set, Millie!
Ooh, but I wanted to watch Gil break his neck.
Get out! He's nervous enough about doing the scene without you watching him. Ready, Gil?
This is ridiculous. I swear, I will sue if something goes wrong. This is what happened to Margaret Hamilton, you know.
Just do it. And action!
Ow! Workers' comp! Workers' comp!
Cut!